All rise. We will obey. The International Criminal Court is now in session. L'audience de la Cour Pénale International est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. Court officer, please call the case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Situation in the Republic of Kenya in the case of the prosecutor versus William Samoei Ruto and Joshua Arap Sang, ICC 01090111. And we're in open session, Your Honors.
Thank you very much. I see that appearances remain the same.
Appearances are the same. Good morning, Your Honors.
Except for the Victims' Council.
That's right, Mr. President. For victims, Austin Sig and James Mavia. Thank you.
Mr. Nderitu is no longer in court. Defense.
David Hooper, assisted this morning by Ms. Sullivan, Ms. Loy, and Ms. Jailaraj. Not Mr. Khan. He'll be arriving a bit later.
Your Honors, Mr. President, ours remain the same, Assistant.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, you may proceed. That was the matters that Mr. Hooper was raising as we were rising yesterday, and that question also is ours from the bench. How long do we expect you to be with this witness in chief?
Your Honors, I'm estimating to finish by the end of the day today. I'm quite hopeful that I will. We're going basically through the different questions of the expert report. I don't think it should take much time. I'm concentrating on the most important elements from the report.
All right, please proceed.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Témoin. Bonjour. Mr. Garcia, good morning, witness. The witness, good morning. Question. Sir, at the end of the day yesterday, I was asking you some questions about your expert report. And the bench also had a few questions for you regarding question number 3. Perhaps you might want to turn to that particular report and consult the relevant paragraph. Question number 3. I'd now like to ask you some questions about question number 5 of your report. And that had to do with the political affiliation of Mr. Ruto during the 2007 elections. And your answer was to the effect that he was affiliated to the ODM party. And yesterday as well, you made mention at page 45 of yesterday's transcript. Sir, it's not in your report. I'm quoting yesterday's transcript. But you said that the 2005 referendum was such that politicians, including Mr. Ruto and his team, began to enjoy a certain hegemony over the Kalenjin community. You also made mention of the fact that this was confirmed the following year when a statement was issued, and we didn't quite hear the word, but I think you were referring to the Eldama declaration. The witness, inaudible. Question, if you could please wait 5 seconds. This makes the task of the interpreter easier. Now, you were mentioning a declaration, the Eldamara Ravine Declaration. Could you tell us more about this declaration? Answer. Well, you see, it's difficult to define this exactly or to explain this ceremony. It was a ceremony that was perceived as a ceremony similar to one that was held in the 1950s that appointed Daniel Arap Moi as the spokesperson of the Kalenjin community of the day. And this statement or declaration was perceived similarly as passing on the mantle, so to speak. Daniel Arap Moi was relatively irritated by the ambition of William Ruto. And you must realize that during the ceremony, which was neo-traditional in nature, amongst the Kalenjin members of parliament present, at least one of Daniel Arap Moi's sons was present, you see. Question, just so that we properly understand, when we make mention of the Eldama Ravine Declaration, you say that Mr. Ruto had been appointed spokesperson of the Kalenjin community by several subgroups within that community. You said that yesterday. Are we talking about two different things here? Could you please elaborate? Answer. During the ceremony, in actual fact, it was deemed that he represented the entire community, and I would remind you that that was challenged by some factions around Daniel Arap Moi, and also within Kanu, around Karabiwat, who thought that William Ruto did not represent the entire community, and that there was room for these other factions from Kanu. So these people were rather disappointed or disillusioned during the 2007 elections. All the same, they had a certain influence. Question, witness, you mentioned that there was some disagreement on the part of Moi and other elements. Could you explain to us exactly why they were unhappy with what occurred at Eldama Ravine? Answer, I would interpret it as a form of personal rivalry when a young politician takes power. The outgoing teams, the previous teams, feel frustrated. That's just normal. One can't deny that the 2007 elections also represented a change, a generational change. A new generation of politicians were able to be elected from regions and sub-regions amongst the nebulous Kalenjins who took power. Certainly the older members of that community had a hard time dealing with this. It was a bitter pill to swallow for them. Question, you said that some leading members of the community were present. Who else was present at this neo-traditional ceremony? Answer, I don't remember exactly who was there. I don't remember the exact names, but I think there was at least 15 Kalenjin members of parliament and others. I'm quite sure that one of the Moi sons was present. I'm not sure which one, but it was somewhat of a surprise to see his name on the list when the newspapers gave an account of that ceremony. Question. Indeed, just so that we properly understand this concept of Kalenjin spokesperson, according to your research and study, do you have any information that would allow us to understand what this truly means, being appointed spokesperson? Answer, it was a relatively informal situation. And as part of the competition amongst different elements of the Kalenjin community, it was a way of one particular faction to move their pawns forward on the chessboard, so to speak. The identities, these identities are relatively labile and relatively reunified. Well, perhaps I could put it differently. Of course, the Kalenjin, like all other nationalist ethnic groups, have a homogenous vote during each election. They vote in bloc at each election. Each time it's very difficult to reunify all these various communities. Their identities are quite fluid. There's quite a few divisions within the community. It's an incredible miracle, really. But there is this capacity to come together and to achieve unity, even within this rather varied group. The Kalenjin identity is relatively recent. First and foremost, it is a way of the entire community to come together. They must unify, and that way they can deal with the state in a consistent, coherent way. In particular, when it comes to the land tenure issue. That explains why the land ownership issue is an explanation for this identity.
You've used the expression witness a neo-traditional ceremony. Can you explain what you mean by neo-traditional ceremony? Why is it so? And what is it?
Answer. Neo-traditional in that there were elders present, as often is the case at such ceremonies. There were various traditional dances. You must realize since the 1990s, many cultural entrepreneurs have tried to give new life to the Kalenjin identity. For example, many historical programs to remind people of the major leading figures within the various Kalenjin communities. There's renewed interest in the dances and the initiation ceremonies. So you see, these old traditions are being given new life. But it's quite nebulous, really. There's this group of cultural entrepreneurs who are trying to give new life to the Kalenjin identity. And this is not the case only for the Kalenjin. The Kikuyu also have done the same sort of thing. They have been trying to renew their cultural identity through music and a whole series of publications, historical research, dance. The same thing can be said of the Luo. So this process of giving new life tradition, this appearance of these cultural entrepreneurs, for example, a number of museums have been established, and they have put on displays about local authority figures or major leaders develop their own. Well, allow me to explain. The graves of certain major leaders become display places. For example, I'll give you an example. Daniel Arap Moi has already established the museum where he will be buried. And in a way, this museum will be part of the cultural identity of the community.
Somewhere down the line, would you be asking the witness about this matter of kingship that we heard about? Do you have that question? If not, I can place it now.
Your Honor, the question does appear in different responses, but if the court feels that it can place it at this point, I think it would be opportune, maybe.
Okay. Witness, one of the reasons I asked you that question is because we've had evidence that what occurred was conferment of, not all, at at least one witness had spoken about what occurred having been effectively or really formally a conferment of a kingship on Mr. Ruto, and that hadn't happened for a long, long time. That the last king that the ethnic group knew was somebody else who...
We can ask actually
Yes.
the expert witness at Samoe. I think the witness knows, obviously, and he has commented on this
That
in his
is what
expert
I want
report.
to get at.
I can ask the questions in that
Please.
regard. Alors, Monsieur le témoin, vous avez...
Mr. Garcia, question. Sir, you made mention of the fact that Mr. Ruto was appointed spokesperson of the Kalenjin. Were there other spokespeople before him, other people who represented the Kalenjin community, informally or formally? Answer. Necessarily, Daniel Arap Moi was the central figure representing the Kalenjin. But I don't know, are you referring to the pre-colonial question? Indeed, if you're in a position to do so, and then I will follow up with other questions. Could you tell us about the first people who were deemed to be representatives of the Kalenjin community, be it formally or informally, from the beginning of the post-colonial period up until the year 2007. I believe you made mention of this in your report. Answer. The representatives of the Kalenjin community included Daniel Arap Moi. He was one of the leading figures. He was one of the people who really created this Kalenjin identity. Then after him, there was various ranks of people who represented the community. He was quite skillful in minimizing opposition within the ranks of his movement. He was very skillful in that regard, and to either put down or buy off people within the Kalenjin elites. Sometimes he even resorted to violence. We could look at the periods of violence in the 1990s, and we see that in some areas the violence was primarily within the Kalenjin community, within various parts of that community. Question, if we look at the post-colonial period, who were the traditional heroes representing the Kalenjin community during that time? Answer, I think you're making allusion to that well-known person who fought the British, and his name, and this person from early in the century who had been killed by the British, and this person was a prophet, so to speak, but not a royal figure, but rather a prophetic figure. This is a figure that is to be found amongst the Maasai. I'm not an anthropologist, and I'm not a specialist in this area, but this person was like a prophet within various communities who led and said that we had to wage war and that sort of thing. It's true that this person's memory was reactivated, or rather, the memory of this person was brought back. And on the basis of that, it is true that politicians did make use of this figure. Gabriel Lynch has explained this in his book on Kalenjin identity, that this historical figure was used by William Ruto. Question, and the name of this historical person or character? Answer, I no longer remember the exact name. Question, if you could glance at your report, perhaps that would be helpful.
Alors, c'était... me rappelle même plus.
Answer, I don't even remember anymore. I no longer recall where I mentioned that person. In any event, there's only one. That person is well known. Question, would it be Samwe? Now, this historical person or figure that answer pre-colonial and at the time of the conquest by the British. Question, was he a representative of the Kalenjin community? Did he have a particular task or role? Answer, this is really not my area at all, but to my knowledge, this was a Nandi historical figure, because at the time the Kalenjin identity did not exist at all. It was a Nandi figure. Maxon, a historian, wrote the history of that conquest and the tension between the British and the Nandi. He was the academic who gave the best account of this particular figure. But this is really not my area at all. Question, that's fine. Witness, thanks for your answer all the same. You mentioned President Moi. Did he also bear a particular title? Was he also the spokesperson of the Kalenjin ethnic community? Answer, of course. There was the swearing-in ceremony in the 1950s, of which so much has been said. Moi was one of the founding fathers of this identity. I don't know whether we should even speak of identity, perhaps federation of groups. He was the main person, the leading figure. He represented the leaders of this federation. That could not be denied. Admittedly, if you consult Lynch, you will see that initially there was some competition amongst a number of figures, Serone, Moi, and so on and so forth. All the same, Daniel Moi quickly became the leading figure within this informal federation of communities. Question, to your knowledge and judging by what you said in your report, was he replaced as the main leading figure within the Kalenjin community? Did someone else replace him? Answer, yes. William Ruto was able to become the successor within the Kalenjin leadership. He was the one who became the primary figure. In such a fluid group, with such competition within the elite, for example, at the current time, he may very well be the vice president. And he was able to win the election. But there still is major tension within the Kalenjin community, and he does face major challenges. So it's an ongoing task, really. He needs to continually build on his leadership, to continue to be the primary leader, the number one man in the community.
David,
it was Mr. William Ruto who took over when the leadership of the Kalenjin. When did this take place, approximately? It was, well, it would happen progressively. First of all, you had the referendum of 2005, and then you had this declaration of, well, after these elections in 2007, they were, well, they were decisive with regards to the situation, because on the camp of William Ruto, that camp won. They won all the Kalenjin seats, apart from 4 of them. So, and the 4 which weren't elected, well, not one of them, the 4 who weren't elected from that group. That is to say, they had no link with the patronage of Arap Moi. 2007 was the destruction at that time of all the positions, the representative positions in the parliament of Daniel Arap Moi. And that was an incredible shock, this election. To it's Gabrielle Lynch in her article, which explains
this in detail.
Ça a été très inattendu.
It was very unexpected, it should be said. Daniel Arap Moi or Royce Kemp, they didn't expect something like that.
Et simplement, avant de
Quite simply, before asking more questions with regards to this matter, you mentioned Gabriel Lynch on several occasions. I would just like us to look at tab 7 in the documents before you. And then you can see in tab 7 you have an article, Gabriel Lynch.
In the failure of dynamicism and the strength of the ODM wave in Kenya's Rift Valley province. C'est la page.
Tab 7. Is that the article that you're referring to?
Oui, c'est le
Indeed, yes, that is the best article with regard to the elections of 2007 from the point of view of the Rift Valley population. There are certain specialists in Kalenjin politics, Gabriel Lynch, Javelin Clubs, Kameda.
Clean up that matter. I've looked at my notes now. Sorry to return to it. We can come. Witness, the name we were looking for would have been Koitalel Samoy. Is that it?
Koitali?
Yes, Koitalel Samoy. That would be the Kalenjin hero.
Samoy, oui.
Koitalel?
Oui, oui.
Is that it?
Yes.
Oui.
So that we have that on the record. We were, all of us, looking for that name. I just went back to my notes and found it. The question then is, are you saying he was not royalty during his time? He was not royalty to the Kalenjins?
To my knowledge, he wasn't a king. He was more of a prophet-type figure. He gave war directions, prophetic figure. Well, there are lots of them in Africa, in fact.
Fair enough. We just wanted to tie in what you said to the name, so we can continue. Please proceed.
I'm grateful, Your Honor.
Perhaps we need the spelling for that, for the transcript.
Koitalel was, I believe, at the time spelled Koitalel.
That's the spelling that I had, Your Honor, but if there is a correction, we can come back and make it after the break. Alors, simplement pour le fait du
Just quite simply for the purposes of the record, the article of Gabriel Lynch can be found in tab 7, and the ERN is KN OTP 00460014. Simply to go back to what you said yesterday. Now, you spoke to us when you mentioned this statement, Eldama Ravine Declaration. You mentioned that it was made the spokesperson by the elders of many sub-communities. The elders. Can you tell us a bit more about these elders who were present? Who are these people? These elders, these are prominent persons. These are prominent figures. They're authority figures at local level. They play an important role in all rural communities in Kenya. Elders play an important role to the extent that, well, you have to manage law and order and the land ownership issues. And these authority figures at local level, it's often they who, in an informal way, carry out the management of all that. It's not the police in Kenya or the gendarmerie or the chiefs who do that. No, they ensure the security at local level. These authority figures, they regulate the situation when there's tension on all types of subjects. And this is particularly the case in different areas where land ownership is regulated. I mean, this is something we'll come back to, but they play a fundamental role when it comes to the land ownership issue.
Alors, Monsieur le témoin, simplement pour clore.
Yes. Now, just to finish the questions concerning Eldama Ravine Declaration, if we look at your report, and this is tab 1, and if we look at page 0883,
Question 6.
Effectivement.
6. Indeed, question 6. Sorry, question 5.
Is the reference going to be just in the French, or are we going to get a reference in English as well? Because we're following it in English, except, of course, for the witness.
Mr. Garcia, that's a good point. You will need to indicate the reference in both places.
Indeed, the reference in English is 00931321, and it's question 5. Alors, simplement pour que ça soit...
Quite simply, so it's clear, witness, in the answer to question 5, in the second paragraph, you can see at the start of 2006, he announced his intention to stand in presidential elections. Do you see this Eldama Ravine Declaration? And a few months later, he's crowned spokesperson of the Kalenjin by the elders. Are these events, they happened in a successive way? Is it the same event? Could you just give us a bit more information about this, if you're able to do so? Answer, well, I don't really remember the procedure. In Gabriel Lynch's book, that's detailed there. He explains how he wanted to be a candidate in the presidential election, and he goes into the... But with regards to the exact timing or timetable, I can't give you a clear answer in that regard, I'm afraid.
D'accord, merci.
Prosecutor, very well. You also mentioned, with regards to question 5, William Ruto. Well, he was made a spokesperson, and you also mentioned what happened to ODM Kenya at the time. Are you able to give us more information in that regard?
Alors, la saga ODM.
Well, ODM Kenya, what has to be said is that before ODM, you had ODM in Kenya. So if I remember well, it was from June 2006 that the no camp in the referendum to the opposition, and, well, they tried to launch an electoral campaign through a partisan structure which was ODM Kenya, and it was a party which was functioning well, but it was marked by tensions between the elite. You have to know that at the time you had surveys which said that they were in a good position, and so there were tensions between the different leaders of that party to see who was going to be the representative in the presidential elections for that party. So that real issue was, do we organise primaries or not? And in June 2007, if my memory serves me well, the Council of Elders said that Kalamonzo had to be appointed as the candidate of the party without going through the meeting of the delegates in the primaries. Now, Raila Odinga said no, and he left, and immediately ODM Kenya found themselves without within the framework, well, to the extent that all the leaders of the party, they joined Raila Odinga within ODM, and ODM Kenya therefore became a mono-ethnic party without any chance of having a strong influence during the elections. And it was from August 2007 that ODM was set up, and ODM therefore from there very quickly it appeared as a party which worked really well with a brilliant electoral campaign, even if they had a few resources compared with PNU.
tangent at this point, Mr. Garcia. This theme appears in your response to the question number 5 in your report. You've also testified to it in various ways. Talking about the emergence of Mr. Ruto as a Kalenjin leader as compared to Mr. Moy, whom you had, I believe, at some point in your report described as an undisputed Kalenjin leader for a very long time. In your testimony, you've talked about a shift to the younger generation, generational shift, more or less. And you've also talked about elders playing an important role in the community. Can you explain, can we reconcile this? Is it only a matter of generational shift, moving over to a younger man, or is there more to it that might have accounted for the shift of loyalty, if there was a shift of loyalty from Mr. Moy to Mr. Ruto?
Ce changement de leadership.
With regard to the change of leadership at leadership of the Kalenjin, this does, of course, correspond with a generational notion. This is a team of persons who are elders, and they are replaced bit by bit. You have to also know that Kenya is a political system which was a gerontocracy for a long time. And right until recently, the leaders of the country were still the people who had participated in the first constitution for independence. And therefore, the participation of the elders in this political system, well, they were always present, but it was quite limited by informal mechanisms. And you have to say that here we are in an area where the pre-colonial system was a generational system. That is to say that the generation has a social political value which is very important in this part of Eastern Africa. And there are lots of mechanisms, competitional mechanisms. It's very structured, and they still persist. Now, after the passage of the Kalenjin elite, now this also corresponds with the taking of power. Well, I wanted to say with the majority, the numerical majority. What do I mean by that? I mean that it's a sub-community who are numerically more important, the Nande and the Kipsigist, who until that point felt relatively marginalized, who managed progressively to impose their leadership, and therefore they managed to make the number of the population prevail, that principle. Now, there's a lot of frustration with the elite until that point because of the fact that there was a hegemony of Camp Moy which corresponded rather with a little subgroup, a little Kalenjin subgroup. And so you also have to know that William Ruto, well, all his political career, it's all marked by his wish to develop the representation of the Nandi in the Kalenjin system, but at the same time he's a political leader which has been sufficiently able to never leave the Kanu partisan area. So there's this competition with Moy, but without completely leaving the partisan system which helped him progress. So this is somebody who had a great ability in his strategy to becoming the regional big man.
On est sur une...
I don't know if I'm managed to explain the complexity of the whole logic here, but essentially it's Gabriel Lynch who developed all these different areas.
Alors, Monsieur le témoin, simplement.
Mr. Witness, just to go back to this last question, what I note is that you mentioned leadership from a political point of view and cultural leadership as well within the community. Could you explain if there's a relationship between the two in these matters in Kenya, particularly with regards to the Kalenjin?
Oui, bien sûr, c'est...
Answer, yes, of course. Yes, there is a historian, a British historian called John Lonsdale, who explains the difference that there is. He explains that there is, in all different areas, well, that is to say, within a group there is a series of principles that are stressed to say what the rights and duties are of the leaders, of the people, and exactly this moral aspect is meant to guide the leaders, and that is principally expressed by these cultural entrepreneurs. And they are meant to be the spokesperson of the population. They are meant to explain what the principles are, the moral principles that guide good relations between people within a group, and with these leaders included. These leaders are always included. They only exist through the group. So, if we speak about the case of Mr. William Ruto, what can you tell us with regards to his leadership from a political perspective and from a cultural perspective with regards to the Kalenjin community at the time, and in particular the elections of 2008? Answer, this is somebody who was
here. And that is that we're not concerned with the acts and conduct of any one accused, nor of any of the network. That's a clear declaration by the judges. And we're here really talking about background material. That's particularly important to bear in mind, bearing in mind that our expert witness has frankly declared that in this area he's relying on someone else's opinions and not on his own, because he hasn't done the work, the research, etc., that someone like Gabrielle Lynch has done. She's not our expert here today, and there's a danger that one brings her into the court, and of course I'm not in a position to cross-examine her. But the main point I make is this, that there must be a line drawn as to the acts and conduct of accused, and the ability, both under the jurisprudence and also under the court's order and direction, as to the extent to which the acts and conduct of any accused or any member of the network can be discussed in this forum.
Mr. Hooper, indeed, the Chamber's order has fenced out an area of inquiry that is proper and is improper. Now, are you concerned that the question posed will necessarily provoke answers that go to acts and conduct, or are you simply saying, be careful?
I'm saying be careful, and I'm saying in particular be careful, because the whole object of an expert's report is to, of course, put the court, and in particular the defence, on notice. And if we start meandering, and with respect to my friend we have been, there's a danger that open questions and open answers take us out of the context here of the report.
Mr. Gessia, I did actually think about, not precisely in those terms, but when you lodged that question was wondering whether it could not have been more specific in the direction you want it to be.
Yes, I can, Your Honor, make it more specific, but just in response to what Mr. Hooper stated, this is not meandering. It's strictly on point to relevant issues, and I think the Chamber's preliminary decision on this matter was that the witness being an expert could touch upon social and political background so long as it didn't touch upon the acts and conduct of the accused, which the witness is not doing.
I didn't say you were meandering. Not that question has no reason for the court to determine. The point was whether your last question could not have been more or less more closed than it was.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll reformulate for the witness. Alors, Monsieur le témoin,
Witness, quite simply with regards to this last question that I put, I'm going to reformulate it now. You spoke about leadership, political leadership, cultural leadership as well within the community. Could you explain to us in a more specific way with regard to Mr. William Ruto at the time, just before the elections, without speaking about his conduct or behaviour or anything in detail, if there's a link between the two? Answer. Well, when the cultural Kalenjin and the change of leadership within this community, they go together in terms of the renewal. There is a work of recomposition of the vision of their history, the principles which should guide their politics, but at the same time there is a whole series of structures, associative structures, which try to help young people find scholarships, to help companies in the urban area. You have to know that the Kalenjin, they were behind, if you like, when it came to using the urban economy compared to other populations. So there's a whole series of things that are done. For example, helping political leaders who try to explain to young people that in the informal sector, that the Kalenjin have to be able to take advantage of the employment opportunities that there are in the informal sector. There are a whole series of initiatives that are, at the same time, they're political, cultural, social, economical, and all of these go together to try to revitalise this community during a period which is in political crisis, given the fact that they have lost power.
Également, Monsieur le témoin, vous nous avez...
Also, witness, you spoke to us, well, you used the term cultural entrepreneur. Could you explain more about what this term means?
C'est vrai que c'est des jargons que...
It's true that this is jargon that we use so often that we don't reflect any more about what it means, but there you have a whole series of actors, of different actors, who could be, well, associations, they could be religious movements, they could be professional groups. They participate in renewal, renovation of an identity. Social organisation is a very general concept which makes it possible to put together, within the same bag, if you like, very disparate actors who all participate in revitalising an identity in different ways.
Alors, je vais revenir, monsieur...
So I'll go back to the question that I put to you before we went into this issue now. And when we were looking at question 5, you talked about ODM Kenya. And I also understood with regards to this question that you were addressing the issue of Mr. William Ruto and his post, his functions within KANU at the time. Could you tell us a bit more with regards to that issue? Answer. Now, if I remember well, in the 2000s, William Ruto, within KANU, well, first of all, in 2002, he was the leader of the, he was responsible for the Uhuru Kenyatta's campaign, and then he tried to control the KANU apparatus, which at the time was very divided between the Biwott faction and other factions as well. And during the elections, the delegates met in 2005, if I am right, and Uhuru Kenyatta was widely appointed president or leader of KANU, and he was appointed Secretary General. No, I no longer remember. Well, he was on the... He was alongside Uhuru Kenyatta in KANU.
Alors, Monsieur Maupe, vous êtes toujours en mesure.
So you're still able to consult your report. If you like, if you look at 0883, you mentioned that William Ruto was the Secretary General of the party. 0883. And so 00931321. I presume that the information you've written there is right. Yes, I think that it's right, but I'll have to have a look.
D'accord, mais la position de...
Very well. But the position of Secretary General of the party, was this position important within KANU? Answer, yes, his post made it possible to organise a whole series of events, a whole series of elections, and all the rest. Yes, it's a post which is vital, absolutely.
Et si je comprends bien...
But, prosecutor, witness, but it would seem that from 2005, that subtly, then he will invest more in the new structure which appears ODM Kenya and ODM.
Faut savoir qu'à l'époque...
You have to know that at the time of ODM Kenya, William Ruto was close to Kalonzo Musyoka, and he got closer to Raila Odinga later. So we're very much at the heart of the procedure with ODM Kenya.
Alors, vous mentionnez qu'il faisait partie...
So you mentioned that he was part of KANU, the post of Secretary General. Did he stay in that political party, KANU, afterwards?
Si la question...
Answer, if the question, did he officially leave the party? I don't know. Did he have a fluid position with a foot outside, foot inside? Well, to the best of my knowledge, it's rather that the case, but I haven't seen a newspaper article saying that he left the structure. Perhaps that's something I missed. I read the book on political parties in Kenya, the latest work that's come out, and there was no allusion there.
Alors, Monsieur le Témoin, j'aimerais...
Question, witness. I'd like to move on to another question that was put to you. Question number 7, and this is page 00930886, English version 9394, and the question was as follows: whether the ODM had the support of certain segments within the Kenyan electorate, and in particular from any segments of the Rift Valley electorate. Now, could you explain to us whether the ODM did have support from some segments of the community in the Rift Valley? Answer, in the Rift Valley, yes, quite clearly. In the Rift Valley, most of the groups followed the ODM, Kalenjin, Madakwet, Turkana. Question, sorry to interrupt. You mentioned answer Kalenjin overlapping speakers. Kamatutsa. They followed the ODM after the support in the Rift Valley of social categories. We really don't know. And then the PNU, but globally speaking, we do know most of the community leaders did follow the ODM in the Rift Valley. And those who did not follow were subject to quite a bit of pressure. And after the voting, they saw their farms burnt down and that sort of thing. Thus, some business leaders followed, some churches followed, not all. In particular, apparently, there was a rather circumspect attitude amongst the Catholics, the Nandis. As for other groups in society, the various associations seem to have followed. So all in all, there was a relative amount of unanimity within the Kalenjin part of the community. Social groups, support, and so on and so forth.
Prosecutor, we need to correct the record. The reference in the English, to the English version of the report you mentioned there should be 00931324.
That's correct, Your Honor. I'm grateful. And also one correction, une correction également.
Mr. Garcia, page 24. It's Kamatusa, Kamatusa. If I understand inaudible. Page 26. The interpreter's sorry, but Mr. Garcia is not speaking into his microphone.
Mr. Garcia, the interpreters say they did not hear you. You didn't speak into your microphone.
I'm sorry. Je suis désolé. Alors,
Turkana, page 26, line 22.
également, lors de cette...
Mr. Garcia, question. Question 7. Sir, you also summarized the political career of Mr. William Ruto. This is page 0887 in the French version. And in the English version, pages 1324, 1325, and 1326 in the English version. Now, could you briefly tell us, according to the research that you've done, how did Mr. Ruto begin his political career in Kenya? Answer: he began his career early in the 1990s. He was close to Julian Chinchabo when he was a student, and he really began his career in 1992 during those elections. And he became a relatively important member of a youth group, a lobby group that was trying to organize young people for the elections. Money was distributed to buy votes. At times, these young people were hired to police the large rallies. So he began his career at this very center of political electioneering techniques. He always was excellent when it came to the technical aspects of running a campaign. In addition to his charisma, he also was quite a good speaker. So he was very good when it came to the actual nuts and bolts of running a campaign. He showed himself to be independent. He was allied with a number of Nandi leaders who were challenging the power of Moi regarding certain redistributions and the treatment of certain farms and so on and so forth. But he did not leave Kanu. In 2002, as I said earlier, he became the boss of the Kenyatta campaign, and then he continued his career. He went merrily along within the KANU party until he took on that leading role during the 2005 referendum. Question, just so that we understand, sir. When you mentioned Youth for KANU, if I understood you properly, this was a group that was working for the overlapping speakers. The witness. At the time, the leader of KANU was Daniel Arap Moi, and Daniel Arap Moi, you must realize that KANU was a party that really hadn't developed much during the time of the first president. On the contrary, Daniel Arap Moi restructured KANU, and this was in the 1980s. And at the time of the multi-party system, you see, it was the only party that really had a proper mechanism or apparatus that was able to penetrate into one particular area. It was a real electoral machine, and the only party with true institutions. Youth for KANU was the organization that controlled quite a bit of money that was spent during the election campaign. Question. You also mentioned in your report that Mr. Ruto was the one leading the campaign for leadership, and you said Ruto was one of the main Kalenjin leaders within KANU. Could you explain in greater detail how that occurred? Answer. In the 2000s? Question. Yes. You said that Ruto imposed himself as one of the KANU's main Kalenjin leaders. Answer. Yes. Because he chose the KANU camp, and this was against Biwott, it appeared that, I believe, he had 3 times more votes than Biwott during that election. And this was the result of the work, the lobbying by William Ruto. That's why they got those results. KANU was a relatively, well, it did not have a lot of influence on the Kikuyu. So appointed as the leader of the Kaku, he had to be able to get votes from the Kalenjin delegates, and all that work was done by William Ruto. He was, and the young people within his team. That is to be found in Lynch's book.
Yes, I think perhaps a little bit got lost in translation there. And in particular, who was the beneficiary of Ruto's efforts? I don't think the name appears. We've got, he had to be able to get votes from the Kalenjin delegates, but we don't know of whom.
Celui qui a bénéficié.
Answer. He who benefited from the efforts by Ruto apparently was Uhuru Kenyatta, because against Nicolas Biwott. During the entire that election, at the head of KANU.
What election are we talking about now?
On parle.
The witness. The election for leadership of KANU, the leadership race. In 2003, you see,
and I asked that, I had in mind to also ask you this question. You had testified that Mr. Ruto was excellent at running campaigns, and you said that in 2002 he managed the campaign of KANU's presidential candidate, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. And in the report you say that, but Mr. Kenyatta was roundly beaten. Can you explain? Especially...
Oui, c'est vrai qu'en 2002...
The witness, yes, it's true that in 2002, Moi Kibaki won the election with more than 61% of the votes. So yes, he was badly beaten at that time. All the same, you have to realize that that was just one election in which William Ruto, in which he worked as an election organizer. Admittedly, he has lost some elections, relatively few. He was able to be re-elected in 2002, really just by a bare margin. And if you look at the analysis that was done of his election in 2002, we see that he was extremely skillful, and he was able to get re-elected as a member of Parliament, even though the situation was extremely complex for him. Thus, it is true, he does have the reputation of being an electoral beast, so to speak, someone who is extremely good to get the vote out, to get people. He's someone who knows how to run an election campaign.
How in 2002 did Mr. Kenyatta perform amongst the electorates in the Kalenjin region? Has that analysis been done, or are you able to let us know?
Answer. In 2002, during that election in the Rift Valley, I no longer have the district-by-district results in mind. I'd have to look at the books, but I think he was able to get relatively, it was one of the few places where he was able to get votes. It was an extremely tough campaign for him because all the movers and shakers within the party had left the ship and joined Mbaki. So there was no longer the support from those people, and he campaigned poorly at that time.
Well,
You mean joined Wihisi joined Baki?
Uhuru Kenyatta.
The witness.
I'm trying to get the record right. You are reported as saying, quote, it was an extremely tough campaign for him because all the movers and shakers within the party had left the ship and joined Baki. Is that what you mean?
Kibaki.
Kibaki. Thank you. That's all.
And again, just for clarity, it was a tough campaign for whom? Because
The context was for Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes, it
That was
was.
the context
Yes.
of that.
Thank
Is
you.
that correct? The witness is nodding.
Donc, Monsieur le témoin, je vous ramène.
Mr. Garcia, question. If we could go back to question 7 once again, page 0887 in French. 1326 in the English version, you made reference that the outcome of the election, you said that it was the result of a profound reconfiguration of Kalenjin identity, and this was something that was not just improvised in 2007. Could you tell us more about this reconfiguration and the result on the 2007 answer? As I was saying earlier, there was a great deal of work to be done by these cultural entrepreneurs who tried to breathe fresh life into this identity by operations in the social sphere, but training young people, helping them find work. And then at the cultural level, radio stations also played an important role to give a stronger cultural identity, remind people of their history. And you see, there were various social categories were very dynamic in this regard. And this movement was created to give value to this identity and to forget the tensions within this cultural identity by stressing the fact that this is a very old identity. And this was also a way to unify the people and have them forget that there were class tensions, major class tensions within the community. And this was particularly a sensitive issue when it came to land ownership. This area, you see, in this area, the vast majority has no land, and then there is land that's not even being farmed. Often this land belongs to Kalenjin, and it's just used as collateral for bank loans. Necessarily, there is the potential for divisions, for tension within different religious groups as well within the Kalenjin group. For example, the Catholic community has also been somewhat separate. So this cultural dynamism has made it possible to forget these separations and to reunify these populations. And of course, this is very useful when the election comes along. So this is part of the ongoing miracle. At each election, these major groups manage to effect this miracle and unify people, and people vote en bloc for the same particular person. Question. On this same topic, when you mention reconfiguration of the identity and the nationalism of the Kalenjin community, how did the Kalenjin perceive the land problem in relation to other ethnic groups? Was that part of the reconfiguration of identity, this re-victimization? Answer, yes, of course, this was at the very heart of their identity. Let's speak a bit more about the land ownership issue. The Kalenjin identity was forged to try to regain control over land, and the Kalenjin identity was also forged on this feeling of historical injustice. The fact that they were set aside, neglected, dismissed. This is a community that had a president of the Republic, and this was from 1968 to 2002, so you would expect that there would be redistribution that would benefit that community, except that no. There was this very deep feeling within the Kalenjin community that no, they always have been neglected. in particular when it came to land. And even the regime of Daniel Arap did not do what they were supposed to do, particularly in 1990 to 2002. This theme came out quite strongly, and Lynch pointed this out. So people felt victimized, and people said we need to unite ourselves to leave this victimization behind. So yes, at the very heart, there was this, at the very heart of this feeling of neglect was the land tenure issue.
Et lorsque vous parlez de
Question. When you talk about victimization, which group are you talking about? Which person? You say that the Kalenjins saw themselves as victims when it came to land tenure. Answer. Well, when it came to land tenure in relation to the Nandi and the Kipsigis, who think that they were treated very unfairly. But in actual fact, the other groups as well do experience the same sort of problem in their own way. Question, but when it comes to victimization, you're saying that the identity, or this renewed Kalenjin identity, included a certain victimization when it came to land. Was there one ethnic group that was seen as the perpetrators of this injustice in form of, in relation to land tenure? Answer, yes, of course, the Kikuyu were at the very heart of this account of land being badly redistributed. So the so-called Kikuyu colonialization of the Rift Valley, that this was rhetoric that was developed in the 60s and the 1970s and was taken up once again in the late 1990s by the Nandi and also in the 2000s under the regime of Kibaki. All the same, the other population groups benefited from the settlement schemes, the Lua, the Luo. They too were subject to serious violence in 2008. They too were victims of violence. Question, in your report, sir, you make reference at page 0887. It's the same page, actually.
00931325, vous faites mention du fait que c'est
page 1325 in English. According to Lynch, apparently William Ruto was the person who orchestrated this. Could you give us more information about your affirmation? Answer, well, when you look in greater detail at his writings, it's not explained exactly how he became the leader of this process, of this dynamic, but this is based on interviews. She often interviewed William Ruto. This is a person who has always been very available to researchers, and he actually fascinates people who do research into Kalenjin politics. At one point in the year 2000, you should also read Jacqueline Klopp, Lynch, and others. She deduces more about his leadership, but does not clearly explain how this person was playing a central role in so many different processes.
As the lawyer and us, we're not going to read somebody else's. The reason why we brought you in is for you to tell us these things in a simple manner. So, to the extent you can, let us know what your research and expertise tells us. The reason why it's important is it's not a matter of little detail. I don't want you to get the impression that when you say go and read something, we will go and read it. It defeats the purpose of bringing you here. Thanks.
Oui.
And can I also just note at page 36.6, 7, my friend's question, because he conflates one answer and then the reference to the report. When you read the transcript, it gives a wholly misleading impression.
Right. Mr. Gessier, see if you can identify the concern raised, if you can correct it too. If not,
I mean, I can deal with it in cross-examination, but sometimes it's better to highlight it now. Thank you.
I can understand Mr. Hooper's concern, and it wasn't a question of conflating both. It's just that the question followed Mr. Mopu's answer, but I think it's something that Mr. Hooper can deal with in cross. In light of the time, Your Honor, I'd like to we could take the morning break at this point, and I'll start on a new subject when we do come back.
And you're still on track in terms of your time estimate of completing by the end of today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, we will now take our morning break, witness. We will let you off for 30 minutes, and then we'll come back to 30. Court will rise.
All rise. We will be. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Please continue.
Alors, Monsieur le témoin, on s'est...
Mr. Witness, we have been talking about the ODM ever since yesterday. Now I would like to talk about the Party of National Unity, that is the PNU, in 2007 during the presidential elections. You were asked these questions for your expert report, and that (0098087500931313) in the English version of this same report. Now, very briefly, explain to us the origin of the PNU in 2007. Answer. This was a partisan structure that was put in place to enable Mwai Kibaki to be re-elected. So the party appeared after the referendum of 2005, during which Kibaki realized that there was a lot of catching up to do because he had failed to win in the swing communities. Nevertheless, he was still popular, and he knew that he had a good chance of winning the election. And he had started campaigning with NAC Kenya, which was led by Raphael Tuju at one point and another leader. So this was a party that did not function correctly. There was no membership drive. There were no internal elections. And very quickly, the Kibaki camp realized that another party had to be set up. And it was in August 2007 that he put in place the PNU. The PNU is very peculiar because it was an alliance set up exclusively for the presidential election. On paper, it was an alliance of parties that had a pretty good coverage of the country. And you had two parties from Gema, two Luya parties, Fort Kenya and New Fort Kenya. You had a party from the coast, Shirikisho, and you had Kanu from the Rift Valley. So, in principle, this was a party that was supposed to cover the entire territory, except that this is not what happened. I can see that you have Mueller's article in the file, and he stated that it was a party that was non-programmatic in its manifesto. It had a lot of money, but was very loosely organized, and everything was sort of improvised. Nevertheless, they were able to come up with a manifesto, with a program. I don't know whether you want to know about that. Question. We would prefer that you tell us who was part of the PNU for the elections of 2007. Answer.
So the PNU was made up mainly of the two Gema parties, then Fort Kenya, New Fort Kenya, Fort People, Shirikisho, KANU, and a series of small parties, Safina, Fort Asili, and so on and so forth. So there was a large number of very small parties. Question: you have said that KANU was a member of this PNU alliance. Was it the entire leadership of KANU at that time, or was KANU split between PNU and ODM? Answer: yes, of course, KANU at that time was split. Some of the leaders supported ODM, while others had joined the Kibaki camp, that is the PNU. The KANU faction that joined PNU was the Moi and Biwott faction. Uhuru Kenyatta joined that camp as from September 2007. So certain cynical people said that this was an operation to safeguard the family fortunes of the two dynasties of the two former presidents. But it is true that the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta joined that camp was totally unexpected, because ever since 2002 he was clearly in the opposition, and during the referendum of 2005 he carried out a brilliant campaign against the constitutional reform project. So the fact that he joined Kibaki at the end was very surprising. Question: you have mentioned the KANU leaders who supported PNU. Can you tell us about the KANU leaders who supported ODM during the 2007 elections? Answer: regarding KANU leaders who participated in the PNU campaign, well, this was the entire faction belonging to Moi and Biwott. That is the elders, the Kalenjin elders who belonged to KANU. Not all of them had failed to win the elections in 2002, but they were trying to revive their careers, and they joined the Kibaki camp. Question: very well, but were there any KANU members at the time who supported the ODM? Answer: yes. There was a group of people who had come from the Ruto faction and who were clearly supporters of the ODM. And as we were saying a short while ago, there were no official defections from those parliamentarians. That is, they did not officially leave. They did not officially leave KANU. Question: you talked about NAC and the fact that Mwai Kibaki was the leader of NAC. Can you explain to us how this NAC political party came about, and how is it related to the PNU? Answer: NAC was created in 2002. Up to that point, Kibaki has used the Democratic Party for his electoral campaigns, and at that time he took his DP party to join the NAC alliance, and he started by bringing into his camp people who had been candidates in 97 at the presidential election, Charity Ngilu and Wamalwa, and who no longer had the financial resources to run in 2002. Kibaki had the support of strong economic forces, particularly in 2002. His camp had a lot of money at their disposal, so he could finance the campaign of a multitude of candidates. And at the end of 2002, when Uhuru Kenyatta was nominated as the presidential candidate for KANU, all the KANU leaders who would have wanted to be candidates themselves jumped ship from KANU and joined that new alliance, which was to be known as NAC. They signed a power-sharing agreement which was supposed to prepare for the elections. NAC was to survive until the elections, but after that it became almost totally inexistent, including during by-elections from 2002 to 2005. There was a resurgence of an offshoot of NAC, which was known as NAC Kenya, which was set up as from June 2006. Question, you have mentioned NAC. What does that acronym stand for? Answer, I no longer remember. It is just a party name. Question, very well. We are going to come back to that later.
If you have that, you can put it on the record.
Mr. Witness, was that not the National Rainbow Coalition? Witness, yes, I believe so. Question, we are going to come back to 2007. Now, in 2007, for the presidential elections, there was Mwai Kibaki, who was running on the PNU ticket, and then on the other side, you had Raila Odinga. Now, regarding ODM, Raila Odinga was the one running for president on the ODM ticket. What was his team like? You have talked about the Pentagon. What is it all about? Answer. The Pentagon was an informal name for the leadership structure of the ODM responsible for conducting the electoral campaign. So in 2007, there were general elections, including civic elections, parliamentary elections, and presidential elections. There were different structures for each of these elections within the ODM. At the level of the presidential elections, when the primaries were conducted, Raila Odinga emerged as the candidate of the party. But he was skillful enough to bring in some of his competitors who were very influential in the other regions. So he brought them into this informal leadership structure, the Pentagon. They included a good number of regional bigwigs. So you had Mudavadi for the Luyas, you had Balala for the coast, you had Nyaga for the Embus, you had Ruto for the Kalenjins, and Charity Ngilu for the Kambas.
We know that we're happy to have the real-time transcript back on. It had been off for a while, and during that time, the reference was made to the acronym NAC. We see it's spelled N-A-K. It should be N-A-R-C.
K. K. K.
A.
Simplement, monsieur le témoin, je crois que...
Mr. Garcia, Mr. Witness, I believe that in your report you state NAC, spell it as N-A-R-C. And before NAC was set up, there was another NAC, which was an informal alliance bringing together Mwai Kibaki, Wamalwa, and Charity Ngilu. Now, after the arrival of the KANU bigwigs, they together made up NAC. Question. Thank you for that clarification. You talked about the Pentagon and you stated that Mr. William Ruto was a member of the Pentagon. Can you tell us briefly what his role was within the Pentagon? Answer. There were no specific duties. It was a relatively informal structure. But what was important was that each of these regional leaders had to serve as a spokesperson in his or her region. And programs had been developed that were adapted to each region, and they were supposed to adapt the messages faithfully to the regions. So within this framework, William Ruto was the person responsible in the Rift Valley.
Également dans votre...
Question. In your expert report, Mr. Witness, you also talked about Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, and that is question number 4 of your report. The reference in French is 00930881, and in the English version it is 00931319. You were asked about the affiliation of Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. Can you tell us briefly his party affiliation and how he came about that? Answer. At that time, Uhuru Kenyatta was the leader of KANU. You have to know that elections by delegates took place in 2005. The other candidate was Nicholas Biwott. And Nicholas Biwott created another structure. I'm not sure whether it was within KANU or outside of KANU, but in 2006, other elections were organized and Biwott won. So Uhuru Kenyatta took the issue to court, and he was restored to the leadership of KANU. Question. You were asked questions about Mr. Kenyatta, specifically question number 4. You pointed out that even before the elections, the PNU was a party of alliances. I would like you to clarify. I understand that there was a certain degree of support from KANU. Now, were there any members of KANU who wanted also to run for the presidency? Answer, no. KANU was very clearly one of the parties of the alliance, and the candidate for the presidency was never challenged. So this structure was set up for Mr. Kibaki, and the other leaders of the parties of the alliance did not want to challenge Mr. Kibaki because all those parties supported him for re-election. To elaborate, there were certain agreements that were signed. This was an alliance set up for the presidential elections. For example, Uhuru Kenyatta negotiated certain agreements for parliamentary elections, particularly that no other parties of the alliance would stand against him and against other KANU candidates. So this was done for the parliamentary elections. Question. Once again, Mr. Witness, based on your expert report, 0093083, and in the English version 00931321. It is question number 6, which was put to you about the ODM. There was another question, whether PNU was able to have the support of certain segments of the population in the Rift Valley, that is, for the 2007 election. Can you clarify? Answer. It is easier to talk about the support for the PNU in the central province rather than in the Rift Valley, where they failed woefully. In fact, the business communities who profited from economic growth were the main supporters of the PNU. They accepted to massively finance the elections. They also had some support from the churches, particularly the Catholic Church, which were hostile to Majimbo. There were also the middle classes, which really benefited from the situation after 2000. And during that period, the growth rate created jobs for degree holders. And so this was beneficial to the middle class. Now, regarding the Rift Valley, the support that the PNU received in that area was ethnic-based, and particularly Kikuyu and some Luyas. So you have to know that the voting, particularly support to the PNU in the Rift Valley, was done along ethnic lines. Question. In your report, you distinguish between the two parties at the presidential and parliamentary elections. Was there a clear distinction? Answer. Can you repeat the question? Question. In your report, you talked about a distinction that had to be made between the presidential elections, the parliamentary elections, and the civic elections. Was this important during the elections? Answer. Yes. Within the constituencies, one can say that they were practically homogeneous, and so the ethnic factor really was not important. So it was the infra-ethnic factor that made it possible for the voters to make a choice. In a certain number of regions, including amongst the population that usually vote as a bloc for the same party, things changed because in this case the PNU was an alliance only for the presidential elections, and so the votes were dispersed in the parliamentary elections amongst a series of parties, and this was very costly to them. There is an analyst who claims that this cost the PNU alliance about 60 seats because the parties were not able to agree with regard to the parliamentary elections. Question. Now, you can also look at this issue from the point of view of the ODM, that is for the 2007 elections. Was there a distinction from the point of view of Kalenjin voting blocks, that is between the presidential, parliamentary, and civic elections? Answer. Regarding the Kalenjins of the Rift Valley, they voted more or less as a bloc, both in the presidential and parliamentary elections. In the civic elections, it was a little bit more complicated.
Witness, if I may return you to a matter you mentioned in passing in the last few answers. You say that the Catholic Church was hostile to Majimbo. Was that your testimony? If so, why? What is the explanation for that attitude?
Answer. The Catholic Church in 2007 was relatively hostile to Majimbo, in particularly the hierarchy of the church. They made some very strong statements against Majimbo. You must realize that the Catholic hierarchy at the time was rather Kikuyu. And the Catholic Church has always supported the Kibaki camp quite strongly. So one can read that situation from an ethnic point of view. The Catholic hierarchy spoke out against Majimbo, and in a Luo area, it was said that they were not in agreement with the hierarchy, and they thought that it was not the role of the church to make a statement on that issue. And they themselves individually did not agree with that position that was taken. The Anglicans, it was much the same sort of thing. Somewhat more normal, really, because you see, the Anglicans, the Anglican Church, is very closely linked to development. And that clear position taken against Majimbo was quite surprising, that position taken by the Catholic Church. After the 2008 crisis, the Catholic hierarchy confessed or said that perhaps they had gone beyond, that they had crossed the line and had not played a role of unifying the faithful. So the religious forces were had some regret in relation to their attitude during the election campaign. That can't be denied. The Catholic Church as well, and amongst the Kalenjin, amongst the Nandi in particular, the Catholic Church is somewhat of a separate force, often experiencing conflict with other churches. So it has strong social power, but it isn't truly expressed at the political level.
Would it be or not the case that perhaps, I'm asking so you can help us understand, could the hostility, might it be that certain understanding of Majimbo might cause difficulties. I mean, you testified about how Majimbo might have been understood by some elements, perhaps at the individual level, that it might mean different laws applying to different people in a way that if you reduced it, that might create some sort of difficult situation, if not a dangerous situation. Could that be the explanation for the hostility, or not? Or is it simply because of the ethnic makeup of the Catholic hierarchy?
La question du
Answer. Well, the whole issue of Majimbo and interpretation thereof is extremely complicated insofar as there were several levels of interpretation of Majimbo during that election campaign. There was the form of Majimbo as presented by the political parties. There was the Majimbo presented by civil society, in particular the churches. And then there was the form of Majimbo supported by more local authorities, and perhaps it was perhaps in the way it was understood by the local people. For example, in relation to this topic of Majimbo, the political parties, ODM was very careful. Let me put it differently. The PNU strongly attacked ODM during the election campaign, saying to the people living in the Rift Valley that if you're not Kalenjin, you are going to be chucked out, thrown out. And immediately the ODM spin doctors realized that this was a terrible attack that could lead them to losing a lot of votes in the swing communities, in particularly 3 groups that are quite present in the Rift Valley. And I believe it was in November 2007, a whole communications campaign was organized by the ODM to explain more about Majimbo. And the Majimbo of the year of the 2000s had nothing to do with past forms of Majimbo. They got that message out there through politicians, basically through politicians, and also through William Ruto. And so he made some statements about Majimbo at that time. However, this is all about political communications at the national level. At the same time, at the local level, there was a different version of Majimbo being put out there, various messages expressed in the Rift Valley by local leaders. It was a different form of Majimbo. All the people who were not from the original communities of the region, and thus civil society never truly believed the ODM operation. They said, watch out, Majimbo, that could actually turn out to be the Majimbo of the 1990s, and we need to avoid that. So you see, everyone was talking about the issue, but at different levels and in different ways. That's why it's such a complex issue.
And what is that Majimbo of the 1990s that civil society was saying, be careful, this thing may turn out to be the Majimbo of the 1990s?
Answer. I don't quite understand the question. Are you asking me?
Okay. You testified that there was an evolution in the discourse as to the meaning of Majimbo, up to the point where the ODM, according to you, using their politicians, tried to send out a message about what they meant by Majimbo. I would presume you meant a message that tried to pacify people, saying, do not be afraid of Majimbo.
Oui.
It's not dangerous. But then you say that despite all of that, the civil society say, be careful everyone, this thing may still turn out to be the Majimbo of the 1990s. That was your testimony. And at this point, I would like us to have you say what that Majimbo of the 1990s was, that the civil society said, be careful of.
Answer. The Majimbo of the 1990s was very clearly ethnic cleansing. Repeated ethnic cleansing that had occurred during all the general elections in the 1990s. Thus, it was the version that all the non-native populations feared. The Majimbo of the 1990s was the ideological rhetoric from Kalenjin Maasai politicians during all the massacres that occurred during that particular period of time. Of course, ODM had difficulty convincing people that their version of Majimbo was in no way related to the Majimbo of the 1990s, owing to the fact that at the local level, everyone knew that those messages of hate were being constantly being passed on by local community leaders. All the wording that I've seen, all the writings by Lynch, for example, and others, there was a great deal of ambiguity when it came to the Majimbo message. And at the local level, there was a message of hate. The difficulty analyzing this is that there's no proposals for interpretation. All the same, one could assume that perhaps that tasks would be distributed in the political community with, on the one hand, elected officials amongst the Kalenjin in the Rift Valley and local community leaders convincing the people to vote for them, using these hate message. On the other hand, members of parliament would have to handle communication with people outside the Rift Valley, and they would have to tone down the concerns and the fears, or soften the fears of the people in the Rift Valley. So the rhetoric depended whether people were speaking in Kalenjin, in English, in native languages. All the human rights NGOs explained that Kalenjin politicians at peace rallies used that technique. In Swahili, they would say, you must stop fighting. In Kalenjin, they would say, keep on fighting. So this classic technique of political people is to adjust one's rhetoric to the particular population in question or audience. So there was this dual rhetoric going on. This is an interpretation that I see when I read the authors who have written on this topic.
Still on the Catholic Church and their attitude towards Majimbo. You see, they don't have their lawyer in the courtroom. But if their lawyer were in the courtroom and said to you, well, the reason why the Catholic Church was not too hot with the idea of Majimbo. Might be because they were afraid that some people might understand it to mean ethnic cleansing, and not merely because the Catholic Church hierarchy was Kikuyu. What would you say to that?
Yes, oui, je...
Answer. Yes, I quite agree. No doubt. There were substantial reasons to be opposed to such a policy, and very solid justification existed behind their arguments. The problem is that the Catholics always, well, the political discourse of Catholic leaders was such that but yet they were involved in election campaigns of Kibaki and a whole series of members of parliament close to Kibaki. The support was so clear for Kibaki that necessarily the marching orders and of the Catholic Church was colored by these ethnic considerations. This is how we can see it.
Yes, yeah, please. Sorry to have interrupted your questioning. Proceed, please.
Mr. Garcia, sir, I'd like to refer you to question number 1 in your expert report. And just for the case file, this is 0093-0871 French version, and the corresponding English is 0093 is 0871. And this is one of the most important questions, and you've made reference to this point several times during your testimony, and you're really going into great depth. Now, the question was, what were the root causes of the post-election violence that followed the 2007 elections? Inaudible.
Can we have the English reference again, please?
C'est la question numéro 1.
Mr. Garcia, 0093-0871 of the expert report prepared by Mr. Maupu. 0093-0871.
Do we have 0871 in English?
I'm sorry, that's the French version. Désolé. Alors, la référence.
Mr. Garcia, my apologies. In English, it's 0093-0309, question 1. Terribly sorry. (1309) 0093-1309.
The reference is 0093-1309.
Yes, we've got that. Please proceed.
Alors, Monsieur Maupe, en ce qui concerne...
Mr. Garcia, regarding the causes of the post-election violence, could you tell us what these causes were? And then after that, we will try to delve deeper. Answer. The root causes? I have to explain to you that there has been a great deal of discussion within the social sciences about the sources of this conflict, but I believe that in the report I mentioned there is agreement on one point, namely land tenure, land ownership. Everyone agrees on that. To explain the issue of land ownership, opinions are quite divided. But amongst the various explanations, There are all kinds of explanations, but for example, the institutional factors that were very much stressed in the official reports produced after the crisis, in which it was explained that the institutions that emerged from the Constitution were major factors of violence. That's one explanation. And this was very much highlighted by civil society in Kenya ever since the beginning of the early 1990s. They've desperately been trying to change the Constitution, and they've really been thinking how the Constitution itself is a factor of violence. So you see, the problem is at the executive level, the imperial presidency. In other words, the executive branch of government is far too strong, and during the presidential election, the winner gets everything. And thus, the elections become an extremely high-stake game. There's too much political power, and the checks and balances are inexistent or lacking, even if the judiciary has improved under the Kibaki government. Some people did not wish to go to the courts to challenge the results of the election. That is because the executive branch makes massive use of state administration, including the police. And the police in Kenya are used in a rather odd way. For 30 years, the police has not really been there to ensure law and order, but rather to ensure political order. In other words, the police really don't handle the safety of citizens. They're there to help the people in power remain in power. One example, in 2007, the police massacred more than 500 people in Central Province, saying that they were doing away with the militia, but in actual fact, they were keeping young people from voting in a particular constituency. So the state administrations are used in a particular way. The whole thing is that the ability of government and the quality of government has dropped tremendously in recent decades, and the quality of public service and it was quite good in the 60s and 70s, but the public administrations have had less and less ability to provide services. So that's one factor. Question. Yes, you did mention some institutional factors, but yesterday you were mentioning land ownership, and several times you gave us a little bit of information here and there, but take your time and please speak slowly so that the transcript will be accurate. Tell us more about the land ownership issue. What was the context at the time of the 2007 elections? Answer. Well, this is a complex, difficult issue. If I could put it this way, I would say, well, let me put it this way. Why is it that land problems occurred at some times, but not other times, in some places, but not other places? Why did it lead to violence? Why did the land issue lead to violence in some places, not all places? There are three kinds of explanations so far, three schools of thought that are competing against one another. There is a grassroots explanation. People look at the motivation of the people to understand why they resort to violence. This is a Malthusian hypothesis. It's quite simple, really. When you have strong land pressure and a lack of land. At one point, young people will use violence to gain control over land. It is a paradigm that was used a great deal to explain genocide in Rwanda, for example. So, does this apply to the Rift Valley? The demographics are there. There are a great many young people. More than 70% in actual fact were under 27 years of age. And we know there's what you called a use bulge. There was a use bulge. So there was this strong demographic pressure, and jobs had to be found each and every year for these young people arriving on the job market in a rural area. Are there jobs in a rural area? Can an agrarian economy produce enough jobs? No, because agriculture in Kenya is structured in a particular way. 75% of the agricultural production is from small farmers, small plots of land, less than 2 hectares. You can't keep on subdividing a plot of land that's barely 2 hectares. So this can't be solved, and young people must find another way to survive, something other than agriculture. Because of the land issue or the way land is structured, the fact that there are so many small properties, small plots of land, does this explain all the violence in the Rift Valley? I'm not entirely convinced, because there are some parts of Kenya where the demographic pressure is even higher. For example, the Kisii area, or the Kisii people. Amongst the Kisii, there's a great deal of violence, but the violence is not political in nature. It is within the extended family. Why was there violence in the Rift Valley and not amongst the Kisii? Most likely because the land institutions are not the same in the two regions. And this takes me to this new approach of the land institutions. And then there's a second school of thought. This is more of a top-down explanation. And this has to do with elites and politicians. This is a paradigm of ethnic cleansing. A way of explaining things that goes like this. To win the electorate in some constituencies, some politicians cleanse their constituencies by expelling their opponents and by making land ownership a political issue. That is an explanation that has some truth to it. It provides a good explanation of the conflict in the early 1990s. It doesn't explain the motivation of people at the grassroots. Other than that, well, they have a certain interest in having some people expelled so that they can gain control of that land. It may not be an entirely satisfactory explanation. So there is a whole series of researchers now who are using a third paradigm. They say that one must look at land ownership institutions. These institutions have a structural logic that leads to political violence, at least some of them. So there one must explain the two major forms of land ownership in Kenya. First of all, let me explain to you that according to all these analysts, there are two major systems of land ownership. There's the neo-customary system and then the state system. Just to make this quite clear, I need to give you some background, some history of land ownership in the Rift Valley. Yesterday, I explained that colonial powers early in the 20th century expelled from the White Highlands all the people who were living in that region. So those people were forced to migrate very far away to other regions, or they were forced to live in little reserves close to the White Highlands. And in actual fact, the ownership of the land went to the state. As of 1904 and until the late 1950s, only white people were allowed to own land. The situation, well, how was this established? How was this situation established? What happened at independence? Well, at the time of independence, you see, all this white land was sold back to the new Kenyan state. And the Kenyan state found itself with millions of hectares of very fertile land, the most fertile land of the nation. And what did they do? Well, you see, that is when there was this major division between Kadu and Kani, but in the Rift Valley between the native populations, particularly the Kalenjin, who said, we want, at the political level, we want to get our customary entitlements back, our right to the land back again.
À l'opposé, vous avez
On the other hand, you had the other party, which was the majority party, and they said, no, we want a centralized state. We believe that the customary rights over that prime land those rights are extinguished. We are not going to come back to that. And that land has to be redistributed. Now, that is how that state system came into place. However, during the colonial period, all the other regions of the country, that is apart from the coast and the Rift Valley, in those regions, the populations were put in reservations, and access to land was regulated by the chiefs and the colonists. This is what happened throughout the rest of the country. Now, historically, how did this state land tenure system come into force in the Rift Valley? Half of those 3 to 4 million hectares were redistributed to small companies in the form of settlement schemes and land buying companies. The state directly organized the subdivision of farms belonging to the former colonists to the settlement schemes. They redistributed 1.5 million acres of land. It is true that the Kikuyus benefited quite a great deal from this, because Jomo Kenyatta, who had been the head of state ever since 1963, had a major issue to resolve within his ethnic group relating to the Mau Mau War. The Mau Mau War was an anti-colonial war, but it was specifically a Kikuyu civilian war. So within the Kikuyu community, you had explosive tensions between the former Mau Mau fighters and all those who benefited from collaboration with the powers that be and received a lot of land. So Jomo Kenyatta found solutions for this multitude of landless people in his community. He did this by opening settlement outposts in the Rift Valley. So he sent these populations, which were politically dangerous for him, to the Rift Valley. The land buying companies distributed the land to the Kikuyus, but they also distributed the lands to the Kisis, the Luos, and the Luyas. However, to be honest, the land buying companies were mainly managed by people within Kenyatta's inner circle, so mainly Kikuyus. This means that the land buying companies and the settlement schemes were very useful for the state because these were tools that the state used to control the population, particularly the population that had migrated to the Rift Valley, because there had not been distributions of title deeds for a long time. And this was done because the title deeds were kept until the loans given out had been paid back. So the central administration had control over all those populations. But despite everything, the land buying companies were a tool for skillful control of the population. In 74, Kimani managed to have 3 members of parliament elected out of 4 in the Nakuru company. He was a boss, Nakuru constituency. So he had a police commissioner who was a member of his land buying company and many other important people. So all this constituted tools for the political control of the populations. This is what made up the state land tenure system.
One second. Before you continue, a few questions arising from that. You say that the redistribution of land that happened in the post-colonial government benefited Kikuyus greatly, and you also mentioned that lands were distributed to Kisis, Luos, and Luyas, and you stopped there. What about the Kalenjins?
Tout à fait, vous avez raison.
Answer, you are quite correct. Some of them also benefited from the settlement schemes.
I'm asking you for you to tell us. I wasn't telling you anything. I'm only mentioning so you can account for the other ethnic groups fully. Thank you.
Alors, il faut préciser.
Answer, I should point out that amongst the Kalenjin subgroups, there are a lot of pastoralists. But this distribution concerned mainly farming societies. So it is mainly the Nandis and Kipsigis who benefited from this redistribution, as well as many others. But it is true that the redistribution was not at the level that the population had expected, given the fact that this land was in its territory. Now, in 1970, we know that more than 500,000 people migrated to the Rift Valley out of a total Kenyan population of 11.4 million people. So this was a great number of people arriving in this region quite suddenly. So this was received quite badly. And in the 60s and 70s, there were tensions between these new arrivals and the Kalenjin and Maasai populations. But the provincial administrations cracked down on these tensions. So the political situation did not degenerate because the Kalenjin leaders were not acting at the political level. Why is it that in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, very few Kalenjin populations had the courage to say publicly that members of their communities were frustrated? That is because they were functioning within a framework of an authoritarian regime, and the dissident voices were cracked down on. Many of them were put in prison. And another way of appeasing the elite was the redistribution of land. Half of the land.
Elite. I didn't. Please continue with that thought. Just when you say elite, which elite are we talking about? Kalenjin elite or elite in general? When you say another way of appeasing the elite.
Je fais allusion aux élites.
I was referring to the Kalenjin elite, the Maasai elite, and others. So one way of appeasing those elites also was to redistribute the 32 farms. Half of the land bought by the state was distributed to small farmers, but the other half was distributed in the form of large farms of more than 200 hectares each, and these were sold to elites of the regime. So many Kalenjin politicians benefited from that redistribution, which calmed them down a little bit. They were also given political positions. For example, it is not a coincidence that in the mid-60s, Daniel Arap Moi became vice president of the Republic. It was necessary to appease the Kalenjins, and Jomo Kenyatta felt that if Moi was the number 2 of the regime, he would be able to appease the members of his community. Now, regarding Daniel Arap Moi's arrival to power, we know that the Kalenjins were the most frustrated populations because of the land distribution. Now, in the early 80s, in order to appease those Kalenjins, Moi developed an entire series of settlement schemes for the Kalenjins. He used the forests, which is a state-owned land. And legally, the president has the right to de-gazette or redistribute the forests as he wishes. So, as from the early 80s, the forests were used as tools for patronage activities on the part of the government. Now, did the Kalenjins really benefit? Studies show that it was rather the sub-communities that benefited from the distribution of the forests. And this was paradoxical rather than the Kalenjins themselves. Now, afterwards, Moi's policy changed in the 90s because he moved on to a policy of ethnic cleansing in order to keep the control over his region of origin, because there were many constituencies there. So progressively, he made an attempt to keep a tight control over the Rift Valley. And to do that, he came up with a strategy of ethnic cleansing, targeting the migrant populations who had traveled to the Rift Valley ever since the 60s. Now, let us continue with this background. What happened when there was a regime change? In 2002, it was a Kikuyu who became president of the republic. So this was someone from a community that had been seriously affected by ethnic cleansing. So the state immediately changed the policy in the Rift Valley. He resettled at least 300,000 people who had been displaced during the massacres of the 90s. Not all of them were from the Rift Valley, but many of them were from there. So this led to further frustrations amongst the Kalenjin population because there was a return of a large number of people. Secondly, he evicted a multitude of squatters from the forest, people who had been settled in those forests by the previous government. And this affected the Kalenjins also. Secondly, there is also a land report, the Ndungu report, which states that there are more than 200,000 title deeds that were illegally allocated and had to be cancelled. But Kibaki did not heed that advice because there were banks, there were businessmen, and the argument was that the entire financial system was going to collapse if that was done.
All right. I'm sure that this question would also return, either from the prosecution or from counsel. But one more is matter you testified to also in passing that I'd like us to return to was this. A few questions ago, you speaking about the police, you said that the police were not there, were not really maintaining law and order. They were there to maintain political order, and you explained it in terms of the police not really handling safety of citizens, but to help people in power remain in power. That was your testimony. That being the case, what were people then doing? Were they left to protect themselves as best as they saw fit to do? So every man or woman for himself, protect yourself. Was that the order of the day?
Alors il faut faire ici.
Answer. It is necessary to give a background about law and order policies in Kenya. In the 80s, specifically in the cities, the police refused or rather, they were no longer really responsible for the security of the populations. Towards the end of the 80s, in almost all the neighborhoods of Nairobi, there was a lack of security because the police were no longer doing their work. And depending on the neighborhood, people came out with solutions. In the well-to-do neighborhoods, security companies were created, which represent a very important economic sector in Kenya today. Rich people live in large compounds that are well guarded by security companies. In the working class neighborhoods, It was the militias or vigilante groups which were set up by the inhabitants. And there is a neighborhood in Nairobi, Kangemi, for example, and it was the landowner who set up these groups in the late 80s with the assistance of the Catholic Church. So local bigwigs organized security groups. The problem with these vigilante groups was that depending on the neighborhood, you had vigilante groups that operated in different ways. Progressively and throughout the 1990s and the year 2000 and thereafter, the vigilante groups started developing subsidiary activities other than security. Some of them transformed themselves into mini mafia organizations. They controlled electricity and water supply. Some of them controlled matatu transport lines and so on. So there was a certain empowerment of some of these vigilante groups, which became autonomous from their original bosses. Initially, they were used by all political parties to provide security during their political rallies. So they became more independent from their original bosses in the neighborhoods. So this vigilante groups became progressively mafia-like, depending on the specific neighborhood. Regarding the history of law and order, one can see that the police stopped playing its role of provision of security at the end of the 80s. In fact, the police has always been understaffed. There have never been enough officers to provide security for everyone. At the end of the 80s, the police force was used rather like a political tool to regulate political order. And there were a lot of subgroups within that police force.
A related question that arises is this. In the course of evidence of witnesses, we've had testimony to the effect that reports there were during the violence checkpoints, and it appeared, according to a certain witness, that it appeared that those manning the checkpoints were expecting Mungiki to arrive. And you are an expert on Mungiki. The question is, this consideration of police not being there to protect citizens and give them safety, has it got anything to do, any relationship with people perhaps organizing to protect themselves? They probably got wind that Mungiki were coming to town.
Alors, du fait que
considering the fact that for decades in the towns, the communities had been used to organizing their own security, It is true that they would continue to do so during periods of political crisis, but we also have to talk about the rural areas where the situation is slightly different. Has the Kenyan government ever had the capacity to organize law and order everywhere in the rural areas? No. From time immemorial, it was the local authorities that organized law and order, and they were able to mobilize groups of young people to provide security. And in a period of crisis, those local elders are crucial factors of mobilization. Now, regarding the fear of Mungiki arriving at the checkpoints, this is something that was greatly discussed. But at the end of 2007, the Mungikis were incapable of doing anything. The Mungiki had been absolutely clobbered during the year 2007 by the security minister who had organized the massacre of large numbers of young people because they did not want, he did not want the young people to vote in certain constituencies, including his own. From March 2007 to the end of August 2007, various police forces massacred all the groups that appear to be Mungiki in the central province. So by the end of 2007, the Mungiki had very little mobilization capacity. There was a strategy on the part of the Kikuyu elite. This is just a hypothesis, but it is justifiable. Up to 2002, when the government changed, the Kikuyu elites used the militia groups to protect themselves. But once they came to power, they told themselves, look, we no longer need the militia groups. We have the police, we have the army, and in the central province, we no longer need to have strong militia groups. It was from this moment that they decided to eradicate most of the Kikuyu militia groups because those groups were very dangerous at the level of moral ethnicity. These groups were sending out protest messages within the Kikuyu community, and the government absolutely needed to eradicate those groups. So regarding the fear of the Mungiki, I think these were just rumors, because the leadership of Mungiki at the end of 2007, they were in prison.
We're about to get to the break time, but when you say rumors, what do you mean? And you say, when you started, you say that was discussed greatly, and now you say rumors. What are you telling us? The fear of the Mungiki coming to town. Specifically, from the perspective of you saying that it was discussed greatly.
Il faut expliquer que
it should be pointed out that from the end of the 90s, early 2000s, the Mungiki had been known for particularly bloody massacres. They were the symbol of a group of young people cutting off people's heads and exhibiting them everywhere. So they practiced killing strategies that were designed to create fear. Now, regarding the non-Kikuyu communities and the Kikuyu middle class, there was a great fear of the bloody nature of the Kikuyu. They had become this huge monster associated.
Oui, parce que.
Yes, because they were considered as a satanic group. In the 90s, the Mungiki had been part of the war against the satanic cults, and there is this idea of when you fight a group, you become closer to them. So there was that complexity of the discourse on witchcraft, Satanism, and so on. So Mungiki was characterized as the big Satan within that environment.
And you, actually, what I'm getting at is when you say rumor, that the story of Mungiki coming to town was a rumor. What I wanted to know is the nature and characteristics, or rather feature, of that rumor. Was it a rumor that was on the ground at the time? If so, where and when? 2007.
Cette rumeur.
Answer. The rumor that the Mungiki might arrive was very present in towns such as Eldoret and in many regions within the Rift Valley, insofar as well, the term of Mungiki was also used to cover Kikuyu militia. So really, it was quite a broad category, including a great many different things. And in the Rift Valley, yes, first of all, the Kikuyu militia were the same, plus these Mungiki from Nairobi, which were supposed to be particularly ruthless. But you must realize that the violence in the Rift Valley, starting in the late 1990s, the violence was somewhat special. You had the attacks of Kalenjin militia or Maasai, and then other militia would respond, Kikuyu or Kisii militia, and then you also had a process in many parts of the Rift Valley, both in 1997 and 2008, you saw the decanalization of certain villages. Kalenjin people left the towns and went to the countryside. And then the countryside saw the Kikuyu people leaving and taking refuge in the towns. So you see there was this process underway that started in the late 1990s, and it was very much present.
Very much present when?
Oui.
2007?
Et donc, ce processus est très...
The process was very present, and many militia were in the Kikuyu militia in the Rift Valley were organized as of the mid-1990s. And you must realize that Mungiki, to some extent, had its origin in these militia from the Rift Valley.
Thank you very much. We will leave it there now and come back to the prosecutor. You will then continue. I hope the questions didn't take you off your time estimate.
Not at all, Your Honor. I still aim to finish by the end of the day.
Thank you very much. We will rise.
All rise. We will wait.